Okay, and welcome everyone. Let's see if you hear me. Let's make sure you hear me. Looks like it's working. Everyone say hello to Space Teddy. Okay, Space Teddy. He's keeping my arm elevated tonight, thanks to my son, and he'll be helping my arm out. My arm and shoulder are killing me, as you know. So good to see everyone. Welcome in to a Monday. It's definitely a Monday. It feels like a Monday to me. So I'd like to say hello to everybody, but happy Monday. So let me get over here and say hello to those who are in here. And we'll say welcome to Say What? And Pam Sheehan. Gonna say hello to Christine. Adrian, Scales of Injustice. Who's Your Daddy? Kathy S. Amy, Goddess. Johnny Kramer. Mar R. Who's Her Daddy? Woman Doing. Nobody Nothing. 1717. Marianne. Nature Loving Lady. And hello to Lisa. Hey, what's up, Lisa? Kathy S. I might have said hello. Digital. Marianne. Miss John Snow. Okay, please hit the thumbs up, everybody, as you come in. That's right. Please hit the thumbs up. Okay, Sarah. Tracy Fleetwood. Royal Wee. Aaron Town. Siren Cindy. Regina. Grady Bolden. Kay. Asha Harry. Corner Piece. Spike Dog. It's a new day. What's up? Gonna say hello to Missouri Mimo of 9. Shelly Klein. EWTN. 5 Green Acres. Peaches 81. Nancy Drew 101. Right. Mama J. Rick. Lily Shaw. Sweet Dude Shibby. All right. Gypsy Camarado. Deborah. Canadian Nana. Melon. Heather Brown. Miss Mala. Interspace. And maybe that's everybody. Okay. Trial Junkie, welcome. Sean Stewart, welcome. All right. Crazy Italian Lady. And Jenny 33. Well, welcome in, everyone. So good to see you guys. Wow, wow, wow. Good to see everyone. Please hit the thumbs up as you come in. Please ignore the Teddy. And also, please visit our Cash App and buy me a coffee. I pinned them over at the top of the chat for you guys if you'd like to send some support to the channel. There it is. Tonight will be a very simple night. Well, hopefully, who knows what happens with people here on the internet. But unfortunately, my plan for a video for you didn't work out. I had an introductory video, and my damn introductory video did not work out. So let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Let's see if it will. Just one moment. All right. Whoops, that's not it. Gosh. Right. What do we have here? Let's see. Okay, try again one more time without crashing any programs. I'll let it steam in the background and see if it happens to load, but I can always try it again on another night. So welcome in, Swade Smith. All right. I was not aware the troll farm was saying West Memphis 3 were guilty. That is so effing fitting. Well, yeah. You see what I mean? See what I mean? That's what we're working with here. That's what we're working with. Troll farm. Okay, so I'm giving up on the video then. But welcome in. So here's the deal. Tonight's just a chat. Okay, it's just a chat. I'd like you guys to call in turn and share some thoughts with us because all too often we only hear my voice or one voice, and I'd like more of you guys to let us hear your voices. Um, and that's my plan for tonight. Um, what's up, Jeremiah Grady? Just a moment. All right. Hello, Teresa. Jeremiah Grady. Loopsy Lou. Crime with B. Don McKenzie. Icy Cat. Welcome on in, everybody. All right. So I need you guys to click the link. And if you don't like to, I'll just read your chats. But I would love to have some phone calls, so to speak. Welcome in Cromley and Mar R. All right. Might have already said hello, but I'll say it again. All right. Well, the link is posted. I have to post it again. There you go. Now, I guess I can read something for you that I meant to read day before or show before last one, and I unfortunately left it out. Let's see if I can pull this up. Well, let me just put it on the screen for you guys. I thought this was interesting. Okay, there we go. Now, I don't know who can read this or not. I know who can read this, but this was an awesome comment from Skip. Okay, so Skip says, I saw most everyone dismiss Shelby Hicks' testimony. I agree on the surface, and to new case followers, it seemed pretty benign, and no one understood the context. Questions about what time she arrived and who she saw, etc. But her testimony was potentially disastrous for the prosecution. Actually, Andrea Burkhart was the only person I'm aware of in court that day that picked up on it. You can hear her mention it in her November 4th video, State versus Richard Allen, Trial Day 18 defense case, at the 1 hour, 43-second mark. She discusses the objection sidebar and the likely relevance of it regarding the sketches. But again, she didn't completely understand the context either. So I'm going to provide some here, and hopefully it will provide some clarity and show that her testimony wasn't benign at all. Here's the context. After I appeared on True Crime Garage's podcast and revealed that Shelby Hicks was the female with Daniel Pearson, the amount of disinformation that ensued was incredible. It had always been a big secret about who Daniel Pearson was with. Initially, it was supposedly his fiancée, Skylar. Once that proved untrue, it was rumored that it was a 16-year-old. After True Crime Garage, there were 2 Facebook groups that actually pushed a lie that Shelby Hicks was with a guy named John Shields. They would go out of their way to try and discredit my information regarding Shelby Hicks. I always wondered why. Why was it so important to hide the female that Daniel Pearson was with? And why was it so important to try and use propaganda to silence the truth? It wasn't until later that I realized why. Shortly after the True Crime Garage episode aired, the captain received emails from 2 of Daniel Pearson's friends asking why we said that Daniel Pearson arrived at 3 o'clock. Captain responded it was because that's what Daniel Pearson had told several people on social media. They both countered with, "That's not what he told us." And it never made sense that Cheyenne arrived at 2:50 and said the couple she saw was already there. What? How were they already there if Daniel Pearson arrived at 3 o'clock? That's why the defense kept questioning her about what time she arrived. Also, Shelby's grandfather claimed that Shelby Hicks was at the trail much earlier, 1:30, and that she drove her car, a 2004 silver Impala. He said they saw kids, corroborated by her trial testimony, and that her co-worker, Daniel Pearson, was grilled for 5 hours by law enforcement, and he worked on a sketch. Remember the objection sidebar? That's when I realized that Daniel Pearson and the propaganda crew wanted Shelby Hicks' existence hidden because her story didn't line up with his. So who were these kids? Couldn't be Rayleigh Voorhees' group, right? They were there earlier. Couldn't be Libby and Abby because they were allegedly there earlier. So why is Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson's timelines all over the map? That's semi-rhetorical. And why would someone whose version of events seem relatively unimportant be grilled by law enforcement for 5 hours and ultimately contribute a sketch, allegedly, the old bridge guy? You see where the anomalies are starting to pile up here? And why did the prosecution and law enforcement only mention Sarah Carbaugh and Betsy Blair as witnesses? Well, it's obviously a lie. I've said that yesterday, that there were many more witnesses. Why pick and choose? The answer, or that answer, is critical to understanding why the prosecution wanted the sketches thrown out. The sketches couldn't be allowed because the truth about them verifies the true historical investigative path. That law enforcement lied in the PCA, and that a previous witness who looks identical to the young guy's sketch was likely at the trails when Betsy Blair saw the young, poofy-haired guy on the bridge. It also explains all of the other disinformation that was spread regarding Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks. I won't get into Daniel Pearson being unaccounted for 45 minutes that day, but it all plays a role in their inconsistent timelines and why everyone has been so untruthful. And also why the prosecution lost evidence, including Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks' witness statements, and suppressed everything. I don't think Daniel Pearson is bridge guy, but that information, his presence, would have created a huge amount of doubt that Richard Allen was the person on the bridge. And McClellan knew it. I also don't think that Shelby totally lied on the stand, but she wasn't forthcoming either. Bottom line, If the defense would have been able to get her to mention the sketches, it would have opened Pandora's box and the trial results would be much different. At least some semblance of the truth would have been revealed. I hope this makes sense, as I'm not great at expressing myself. There is more to all this that gives it more context and depth and answers all the questions, but it won't be me telling the extended version. Maybe the prof or Julie will discuss it. They have access to all of the information and evidence. Cheyenne said in 2023 that Ellie turned up at her house with a photo of her friend, Shelby Duncan, who was with her on the bridge on the 13th, and asked, "Is this Shelby Hicks?" Cheyenne says, "No, it's Shelby Duncan." She's then asked again, "Is this Shelby Hicks?" She says, "No, it's Shelby Duncan." They then ask again, "Is this Shelby Hicks?" And she says, "No, it's Shelby Duncan." She said when Ellie were leaving, they said again, "Is this Shelby Hicks?" Shelby Hicks is someone Cheyenne passed on the way to the bridge. She was with Daniel Pearson. So they were there slightly earlier. And they were known as the arguing couple for years. So what's the problem here? What's the problem? I think Skip has a point. So I'm looking for something to read to you further. Should we go back over that? Should we? So there seem to be some lies. Okay, there seem to be some lies that Shelby Hicks, Daniel Pearson have conflicting timelines, although they're supposed to be there together. Skip asked a good question. Why is everyone lying around this case? Remember, Shelby's grandfather claimed that she was at the trail much earlier, about 1:30, and that she drove her 2004 silver Impala. said they saw kids, which I would assume would be the classmates, Herrera, Mata, and Collier. Then they become the couple that Cheyenne witnesses. Why is everyone lying around this case? And has been for 7 years. I mean, remember when I said that the witnesses are the lookouts. I can remove this from Skip, but thanks to Skip for this. Okay. All right. Remember my theory here that the witnesses are the lookouts. If, let's say, there was an arguing couple under the bridge and it was Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks, what were they arguing about? Could they have been arguing about something that was going on regarding this crime? Why would they push their timeline back? It's just like the classmates, Herrera, Collier, and Mata. Why would they push their timeline forward? You see what it's looking like? It's looking like no one wants to be there at 2 to 2:30. No one on earth wants to be there with Libby and Abby allegedly at 2 to 2:30. They either want to be gone from there, so meaning they were there earlier, or they want to not arrive until closer to 3. Everyone's trying to avoid this window of time during which shit hits the fan. Why? And a huge red flag for you, a gigantic red flag. Megan Allen, Gabe Ellis. Let's read some things for you. I don't know why everyone's trying to make excuses for Gabe and Megan. I mean, come on. I'm having difficulty grabbing my stuff right now because I'm hurting. Cheyenne, Cheryl, Elijah Cook, Josh Weaver, Keegan Callis, Tyler French, Travis Janicki. So Tina says that they were out there cooking meth in the woods at Monon. Her initial story was that it was Megan and three guys. Okay. Her initial story is that Megan was assaulted out there as part of an initiation while cooking meth. She said that Christy Lynn Martin was snitched on, as well as Jeff Reagan, Keegan Callis, Tyler Joe French. We know that Megan didn't return until after this window of time. So what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? I don't think people understand. I've repeatedly said it, and it's like people don't understand what I'm saying. Everyone's talking or has always talked about the fact that this was all on the 12th into the morning of the 13th. So everyone seems to assume that these people had dispersed and that by the time that Abby and Libby get to this area, that this group has dispersed. Abby and Libby get to this area, it's a clean slate. Okay. Well, we're all seeing that people are trying to fudge the timeline in different directions. So let me ask you this. If they were there 12 hours before Libby and Abby arrived, allegedly, cooking meth, partying, this sort of thing, doesn't it meld right in to the rumored situation regarding Ron Logan's property? What rumored situation? You know, that which people have always called the pig roast and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm talking about the situation that was somewhat of a party and a meth cooking extravaganza, smoking extravaganza. So, how far of a stretch is it to say that maybe that's what's being referred to is whatever Megan Allen and the few guys were up to on the 12th and 13th. Maybe that's the situation. And the thing that's really fucking odd about it is there's so much that lines up together and just locks in like a puzzle piece. There's Eric Williams saying that the girls walked into a meth lab and things went bad. Okay, that's Eric Williams saying that. There's Megan Allen, Tina Rodell having this story about Megan and three girls going into the High Bridge area to cook meth. Just 12 hours before, allegedly, is the timeline for that. There's rumors over the years, the pig roast or whatever you want to call it. Like this, see? Don't you see everything locking in together? You see? That's already three different angles of a story that's starting to lock in together, right? In time and place. Like, let's be clear here. Time and place. Time, 12th into the 13th. Place, well, that area. So what's going on at that time and place? So are we supposed to believe that Tina Rodell just made it all up? She just okay, so Tina Rodell just decided immediately after the murders of Abby and Libby just to make up a whole story that implicated her children and her sister and her sister's friends and her friends and a bunch of these guys. We're supposed to believe that she just made it up. And who are we supposed to believe made up the pig roast story? Where did that originate from? Okay, where did that originate from? Pig roast. So someone just came up with that out of the blue, just made it up. And where did Eric Williams get this notion that the girls walked into a meth lab being run by cops and criminal informants and that things went bad? Perhaps you need a little reminder. See? Because you got to ask yourself, where would he get this from? He says, if you want to break this case, the best way we can achieve that is to get the federal government involved. He says, I feel like the actual crime scene is in a shed. The girls were found the next day where we already looked. And I'm here to tell you, them girls were not there. I'm a country boy. Mm. Am I being clear enough? He says it's a cover up. And look at the bottom. It's a cover up. It was the girls walking in on a meth lab being ran by the local cops and criminal informants. It was the girls walking in on a meth lab being ran by the local cops and criminal informants. One of them snapped and shit went crazy. Where did he gain this notion? Where did he come up with this story? Because it's very odd that this story matches up with Tina Rodell's story. The story matches up with the fact that Megan Allen was out there with some guys cooking meth. Was she out there with some criminal informants and some cops? This is 2 a.m. on the 13th, merely 12 hours before we are told Abby and Libby end up missing. So we got pig roast. We got Megan Allen at 2 a.m. on the 13th with 3 guys, known meth dealers. We got Eric Williams saying it's a cover up. Those girls were not there when he went through and searched. It was a meth lab the girls walked into, ran by cops and criminal informants. And one of them snapped and shit went crazy, and the girls ended up dead. Well, let me ask you this. If it was the girls walking in on a meth lab ran by local cops and criminal informants, wouldn't that make sense that the local cops would cover it up along with the criminal informants? Seems to me like that would be the most sensible explanation of this cover up. That's your motive, to cover it up on the part of law enforcement and the criminals. That's your most reasonable explanation. Do you think Delphi has a meth problem? More than a problem, more like an epidemic. Now it's heroin, which I can also confirm. How about this one? They know who he is and refuse to charge him for the fact that it will ruin a family name that has stature in Carroll County. Sorry, I just don't know. I don't know how to make it any more clear with what my assumptions are here. And what I'm getting at, involving these timelines that shift. Where was Megan Allen? Because she didn't come home on the 13th. She didn't come home on the 14th. I don't even know if it was the 15th. It was days later. So for this whole time, where was Megan? CIs, local cops. Makes sense to me. The uh, the cover up would be absolutely expected, sensible, um, not a far stretch to of the imagination to imagine that they would cover it up. I mean, cops always cover up for CIs. Hmm. All right. So again, I did not have a presentation on this together for you. I was more so interested in discussing Skip's commentary about Shelby Daniel Pearson. But think about it. If everyone's avoiding this window of 2 o'clock to 2:30, that crucial window that everyone is avoiding, they want to be there before or after, but not during that 2 o'clock hour. It would seem pretty indicative that something happened at that 2 o'clock hour. You would think no one wants to be there when they, if, okay, if they know what happened, that something happened at that 2 o'clock hour, that's the time no one wants to be there. So they fudged the timeline to avoid placing themselves there at the time that things go wrong. Well, for me, I look at it very soberly as who's connected to being a CI? Who's connected to law enforcement? Who's connected to manufacturing, distributing meth in 2017? That's the most simple explanation, in my opinion. Those particulars. We know that you got a lot of dead bodies around this meth dealing in Carroll County. We know the victims' parents were both involved in the meth game. It's no fucking question. No fucking question. The Patties, Williams, and Germans. No fucking question. So you got two little dead girls surrounded by people involved in the meth game. Stories of people out there bookending this situation involved in the meth game. Stories of snitching. Stories of murdering one, sacrificing the other. Did my link not post? Yeah, click the link if you want to join. See, I'll say it again. Who in this situation is connected to law enforcement? I think that's pretty obvious. Who's connected to the meth dealing and manufacturing? You got snitching, meth dealing, and cops. Who's a CI in the situation? You got Daniel Pearson, Shelby Hicks, Cheyenne. They're all fucking fudging the timeline, okay? They all are. They all are. Even the girls, Herrera, Collier, Mata, they're all fudging the timeline. The family's fudging the timeline. Everyone's fudged this timeline since day one. People have been suicided. People have been suicided. This is not speculation. And you got to ask yourself, if your kids were killed, why would you lie or cover for it? if it had nothing to do with you? That's why I continuously say, who, not who, what would be worth it? What would be worth lying over the murders of your kids if you did not kill your kids? See, let's say you didn't kill your kids, but your kids end up dead, and then you lie about it. What would be enough to cause you to lie about the murders of your kids if you had nothing to do with it? I mean, this is why this is so difficult. It's been difficult. It's there are layers. There are layers as to why it's difficult, but there's so many layers. It's made it very difficult. And I believe this is, you know, see, we're wanting to understand why Doug would say tentacles. There's a lot of comments I can't really keep up. Welcome in Malibu. Um, See, I don't really do the rumors and all the speculating rumors, all the bullshit and the far reaches. I don't really do that too well. I look at what's very logical and what's sort of like a, most closely adheres to Occam's razor. Cops are covering it up. Cops are probably involved. CI's involved. Family includes snitches. Probably makes sense. Like things like that make the most sense. It's Occam's razor. It's cops involved. Cops would have a reason to cover. Families, CIs involved in some way. Family would have a reason to cover. Things would bounce back onto the family. Family would have a reason to cover. All the other meth heads and witnesses, quote unquote, involved in some way, they'd have a reason to cover. See, nobody wanted this to bounce back onto them. You know, that's the way I look at it. Like, no one cares about justice for the girls or the truth coming out for the girls. It's not about the girls. It's never been about the girls. It's been about self preservation. It's my opinion. If it was about the girls, the truth would have surfaced immediately. But it's not about the girls. It's about, I don't want this to bounce back onto me, so I have to lie. Fuck the girls. And that's a shame because all of us are here. I put the two little girls' faces in the thumbnail because that's why we're here. Look at those shining, beautiful faces. Go look at the thumbnail again. Look at it right now. Go look at the thumbnail. Look at the beauty, the joy, the innocence, the light shining out of their faces. Even though they're surrounded by meth heads and perverts. Like I said before, they were already heroes. They had already survived like a fucking atmosphere of bullshit. They were already bright and shining lights. So everyone doesn't give a shit that they're bright and shining lights that have been extinguished. Everyone's more concerned with their own well-being. Don't want to get caught up. Yep. So everyone came together. Now understand, if you're dealing with CIs, cops, and some family members, everyone has a huddle, like a football game. Everyone comes into the huddle and they say, hey, we ain't going down for this. This is what we're going to do. We're going to cover this shit up. We're going to say, we're going to set it up to look like the Odinists did it. Like it was a ritual. And we're going to put them on Ron's land to look like maybe he was involved. It's moving them the least distance possible. So it's going to set him up. It's going to set up some of the cult types, and we'll all be good. We'll all be good. And what we're going to say is we were searching, we were looking, we were concerned, we were just coincidentally there in the area. Remember, those girls were laid down in this hypothetical story. They're laid down on Ron Logan's property for what, 20 hours or more? 20 hours or more? And no one finds them? With as many people as you had out there, no one finds them laid out for 20 hours or more? Come on, man. You guys are not that stupid. You're not that stupid. No one is that fucking stupid. The only ones that stupid are the jurors who were kept ignorant, which makes them not stupid, but ignorant. They were kept in ignorance by the prosecutor and the judge to keep this covered up. Anyone with common sense would know if you had two dead girls laid out on Ron Logan's land for 20 hours and you had all those people searching, someone would find them. It's not that complicated. It's really not that complicated, which is why I don't deal well with the disinformation agents coming in trying to like spread all these conspiracy theories that don't make sense. They're gone. We can't bring them back. Yeah, so let's cover it all up so no one of us has to go to jail because maybe a few of us might end up in jail or prison if we don't cover this up. So let's cover it up. If we cover it up, none of us go to prison. If we don't cover it up, somebody's going to prison. And, all they had to do was have everybody use their phones. They come up with a scenario, and you have everybody use their phones to lock in an aspect of this thing in real life. And so I've said it before. It's elaborate. It's well planned. It's almost expert level. It included a lot of foresight or forethought. It appears to be self-preservation. Yeah. They couldn't find the bodies, but they found the deer running through the woods that's camouflaged the same color as the woods. A good point. No, I wish someone would join the look. Let me paste it again. The coroner doesn't know when they died, allegedly, because if he told the truth about when they died, the story wouldn't make sense. Because they died at different times. So, in order to have them die together, he cannot have a specific time of death for either. Because if he has a specific time of death for either one, it won't match the time of the other one. So, the coroner has to be in on it, is my point. Unfortunately. And that happens often. That happens often, more often than you would think. Okay. Hold on a moment, please. Okay, sorry, I had to give my little buddy a little snack. And I got something for myself. Okay, we got a guest. And listen, everyone else, please please if you'd like to be a guest, click the link and you can come backstage and I can put you on the screen. Sounds fun? Secondary crime scene. Otherwise, the plan to have them go missing at the bridge. They need to divert attention from the real crime scene. Well, yeah, that's Wilson Bridge. I mean, hello. It's Wilson Bridge. Although Eric Williams says it's a shed at the top of the hill, he says it's a shed. Doug Carter alluded to the fact that it was a shack, and I believe it's Wilson Bridge. But anyway, let's get in Adrian. Let's see. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you. What's up?
What's up? How's it going?
Adrian in the house. What's up, Adrian?
Yeah, what's up? I loved what you said about the how you said that basically the patties. Yeah, if they had connections to law enforcement, they it would make sense that they would, yeah, that they would keep it quiet. But so my question is though is that, well, and I have like 10 questions. So like, what do you think of then? What does the unknown male DNA mean to you? Does that what does that mean? You know, that they had boyfriends or
Well, I reverse engineer it. I think it was intentionally sabotaged by the someone in law enforcement.
oh,
So that means it must be bad. It must
mm-hmm,
it must be pointing at someone that they don't want brought up.
okay,
Now, could that be a boyfriend
mm-hmm,
or a lover
mm-hmm.
or maybe someone who moved the bodies? I don't know.
But I mean, in the the cervixes and stuff,
Well,
like
that's two different things. Okay,
okay,
so
yeah,
I look at it. There's external DNA.
okay,
An interesting point someone made with me that I had not pieced together is that you know how on let's take Libby for instance.
mm-hmm,
You know how on Libby it appears that there's unknown male DNA in all the sexual places externally.
yeah,
Okay. Well, someone made the point with me that something to consider is that those are the places that were swabbed.
oh,
So it's possible that it's all over the body. It's just
mm-hmm,
that those other places were not swabbed. Because
okay.
if the entire body had been swabbed appropriately, maybe the entire body would show that DNA. But if the swabs were specifically done at the sexual touch points,
Mm-hmm.
that's what we're seeing. So it's almost like confirmation bias. We got to be careful.
Gotcha.
But
Okay. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah,
yeah,
that
but
does make sense.
there are these reasons to believe that there's some sort of sexual contact because of the inner
Right,
test.
right.
So
Yeah.
that could be a separate male. See,
Mm-hmm.
if the girls were sexually active, that would just be sensible. That would
Right,
make sense. But maybe the girls were sexually assaulted and that's been hidden.
right. Exactly.
Yeah, so there's
Exactly.
so much unknown.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I don't really know, like, how much could a defense attorney bring up after the fact, especially if they're going to appeal it. Like, if they go to give interviews, I'm sure they can't really discuss things that weren't brought into the trial. Like, would that still be part of, like, under investigation or not under investigation? Because I guess it's a closed case now, right? So, like, would they be able to discuss discovery?
You kind of lost me on that. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Sorry. So I'm just thinking that, like, after the gag order is lifted, sorry, I should have said that. Once that order is lifted and the defense attorneys can speak on, maybe some more details of the case, are they allowed to discuss discovering material that was not introduced in court? That's probably a question for like Osbrook or someone, but I
Hmm.
figured I might ask.
I don't know with attorney-client privilege how much they're free to discuss in general, or what that.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
that there's plenty of other people who are free to discuss when the gag order is lifted, and
Oh,
like
that's true. Yeah.
investigators and
Mm-hmm.
employees of the lawyers, et cetera, et
Mm-hmm.
cetera.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, but I still don't know where you're coming from with that on which specific point, but
Well, because that would be interesting to know. Like, I want to hear definitively somebody say, like, yeah, there was no toxicology report. Yeah, there was no pregnancy test. Yeah, there was no, like, I want to hear that from somebody's mouth.
oh well,
You,
you will.
oh, okay.
Yeah, but there
Yeah.
was none of that done. All of that, this whole thing was like, well, I believe that you can't even believe those points because let's say there was one done,
Mm-hmm.
but it's deleted, just like all of the videos and the interviews and the footage from the marathon station, like all the fingerprints, everything that's been deleted from this case.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that maybe if toxicology or pregnancy tests were done, they could have been deleted.
Right.
You would expect that all that would have been done.
Right. And then it would have been, pretty flipping important, but the whole thing has to have been a cover up from the very beginning. Like so many people in your chat were saying, and sorry, I can't see the chat right now, but I mean, there were a lot of good points there that, um, if you botch it from the very beginning, but I do feel like why is Becky Patty, assuming we'll just say allegedly that she is like funding Troll Farm and funding people who harass people that get too close to things. Um, and that's all alleged. We don't know that for sure. But why is she so connected with so many people in the foster care system? Like what is up with CPS?
Well, I mean, what's up with Kathy Shank? I'm
I
not
don't
very
know.
happy about Kathy Shank.
No. Yeah. I mean, ugh,
I
it's
think
a mess.
it's so concerning that you had someone familiar to the family and familiar to Liggett and an advocate, a political ally or advocate of Liggett. Uh-oh, we lost her. We lost her. Well, she'll come back or something. Um, yeah, I'm not very happy about Kathy Shank because of her relationship, her pre-existing relationship, but and the CPS connection, the whole deal with Kathy Shank. I'm not happy about. I mean, for me, this whole thing, I've said it before. It's almost like it's so completely obvious. It's so complete. Everything is so obvious with this case. That's why people are livid about it, and the majority of people are reluctant to believe that Richard Allen committed this crime, and even if he was involved, they were reluctant. The majority is reluctant to believe that he did it alone, um, because there's so many obvious red flags floating out here. Okay. Hmm. All right. Sorry, she dropped y'all. So, all right. Was there an echo? Really? I didn't hear an echo. All right. Yeah, what did I mean, I believe Stephanie Thompson knew a lot because those by having her hand in those polygraph examinations, she was in a position to know a lot. I mean, obviously. Was there a was there an echo? I didn't hear it. It's purposefully a mess. Thank you, Jenny. Hmm. Hello, Laura. Welcome, Laura. Welcome in. Okay. Did she find the lost tip in a box like she claimed, or did it come from the Orion system like the PCA said? Everything surrounding this case is so weird, inconsistent, conflicting, BS. Like I said, it's everything has become so obvious. Uh, Things don't make sense because they don't make any sense at all. Not at all. It's just completely obvious. Okay. Just a moment, please. Fouts, cousin of dead John McCurdy and Anna Downham. I find the tip she happened to find odd. Yeah, you don't say. There's everything question about that whole story. I mean, it's just a par for the course with Delphi. Delphi murders investigation is just par for the course, right? She finds a tip marked cleared that concerns her, so she reads it even though she's not supposed to, and it happens to be the one tip out of 70 or 80,000, the one in a million tip. What are the odds that it's just right there for planted for her to find in a drawer, in a box in a drawer as she's cleaning out to move the office for the fucking second, third time? It's just friend of the family, political supporter of Liggett. What are the odds? And how was she involved in the Kagan Klein investigation as well? Hello.
Hi, Prof.
Hey, Michael. How you doing?
Well, I'm just about wore out.
It feels like Monday.
Been chasing rabbits, but I'm here to echo what Kathy said. This isn't over at all.
It's not over. It's just starting, I think.
Well, I would say that, but sure doesn't feel like it's just starting. Another phase may be just starting, but I was listening to you out of one ear, and while I was writing something up, and I always thought that maybe the girls stumbled onto a meth cooking operation and things just went bad. But we do have. I mean, I get what you say about people fudging times, but I wonder how you or people in the chat address. I mean, I think it's pretty well established that Kelsey dropped the girls off at 148. Her car is seen leaving, going down 300 at 149. And it's pretty well established, the video, whatever you think of it. I mean, none of us have seen the original video. I think there are serious problems with the enhanced video. But the original video may be just fine. And that's not, the girls are up on the bridge, and that's not, they don't say anything about a meth lab. They don't. It's like up there on the bridge, and up there on the bridge, you won't have stumbled into a meth lab. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying, how do you square the stumbling into the meth lab with the video at 2:13?
Well, we haven't seen the video at 2:13. None of us. And so that's the first thing that we need to look at. But if the timeline is totally fudged, anything's possible.
Well, no. I mean, I think you have. So, there's a way of approaching these things. And, I put up a tweet about it a long time ago, and it was something a really brilliant Capitol defense lawyer used to do with, and she became a former judge, Terry Harper. She was a judge down here, but for decades she was doing capital defense, and she did an exercise with my class with a fact pattern, and like what are the facts beyond dispute. And I think we do have some facts that are more or less beyond dispute. Now, you can poke around. I'm not saying you can't, and say they're disputable, but I think we've got, Kelsey dropping the girls off at 149. It fits with Betsy Blair's seeing them as she's walking back, I think.
Assuming that's who she sees.
Well, she sees two girls walking. Yeah, but I mean, again, you can. If Kelsey says she dropped them off at the Mears entrance, or Mitch's lane, or Sherry's lane, whatever you want to call it, and she's seen at 149 driving off, I mean, is there something to dispute about that?
Well, see, the things you're wanting to argue at this point, we don't have access to. So I don't have access to the alleged selfie taken in the car that proves proof of life. I don't have the metadata. We don't have forensics on it. I
Well,
don't have
but I
the
think you have
video.
but this was trial evidence, and it really wasn't disputed by the defense. Yes, you don't have it, but I mean, why is it reasonable to dispute that Kelsey dropped him off at 148? It's not reasonable to dispute that just because you don't have the evidence.
Well, that's where we disagree. The we've got
No, because
no.
then you're doing no, because then you're doing what the lynch mob does, and that is you're trying to fit you're trying to create a story that ignores really what is pretty well established.
No, it's
I'm
not,
not.
Michael, because we don't know anything about the timeline. Do you believe those girls were killed at 2:32 and laid there, and that those bodies were there from 2:32 p.m. until the next day at 12:17 p.m.?
I don't, but also don't think it's impossible.
Okay, so for me, no matter if they are dropped off at one or not, by Kelsey or not, even if they are, there's such a wide window of time afterwards that goes from the time that they're allegedly encountering someone at the bridge to the time their bodies are found. You've got a wide open window, possibly up to 20 or 30 hours. You know,
I don't disagree with that, but what I'm saying is then you have the next point. You have the next point of the video on the bridge at 2:13, and there's nothing. So, we got the people at the trial did see the video. They were kind of surprised about how small bridge guy was, and there's more to it. The girls do say something, and I don't, I don't think it's beyond dispute that somebody says down the hill or gun. But I think the time of the video is beyond dispute, and the place of the video is beyond dispute. And that's 2:13 on the bridge. And you're not going to have run into a meth lab on the bridge.
okay, but what's the point, Michael? Because like you're assuming then that they go from there to the crime scene and never leave. I mean, because for me, it doesn't matter about whatever happens before that, because you still have 19 hours after that. So it only
It
takes
does.
20 minutes to walk to Wilson Bridge, where I believe they ended up. So who's
Well,
to
that
say
doesn't.
they didn't walk from that
Okay.
high bridge to Wilson Bridge, or maybe brought in a vehicle? It's a wide open 20 hours before their bodies are found.
I understand that, but that doesn't fit, I don't think, with accidentally stumbling into a meth lab.
Well, sure it does. Of course it does. In other words, are you asking me for my theory because maybe you've never heard it?
No, I've heard it, and I'm just saying, like, and given the move, so at 2:13, so they encounter somebody on the bridge at 2:13. I don't know who it was or what it was doing, and that's when, the very and the phone stops moving at between 2:18 and 2:25, and then it starts moving again for 6 minutes. And by the way, it goes, I mean, if the distance is accurate, I think it's 55 meters is the distance on that, 54 and change. They're walking at that phone is moving at 1/10 of a mile per hour.
Okay, well, see what we're doing, we're always taking different facts as fact. So I don't think you ever have heard my theory, because my theory is very open-ended. In other words, I have contingencies, like, first, assuming that it's Abby and Libby on the bridge. I don't assume it's Abby and Libby on the bridge. Although I know there's a video that exists, I don't believe the video shows Abby clearly, and I don't assume that it's Libby holding the phone. I believe that entire thing could have been staged with other human beings holding
And and
the
and
phone.
and the people, and that wasn't what was reported out at the trial by the people, who actually saw the original video. I don't think anybody who saw the original video at the trial doubts that it was Libby holding the phone, and that
Well,
it's.
why have I not been able to get a straight answer out of anyone about did you concretely identify Abby's face to confirm that it was Abby in the video, and not one person I asked that could verify that they could 100% verify that it was Abby that was filmed in the phone. Something as simple as that seems like it should be a simple answer, you know.
Well, I don't know whom you've asked, but I mean, I think,
People sitting in the courtroom, several of
yeah,
them.
I think Bob and Andrea both said it. You see Abby, so I don't know.
Yeah, but when I specifically asked the question, can you see her face clearly enough to identify that it's absolutely her without assuming it's her? Crickets. You know,
I,
so but
have
like I
you
said,
have
I go either
asked
way.
Bob? Have you asked Bob and Andrea?
Yes, I asked Bob specifically, no answer to that question.
Well, I mean, they reported it out as Abby, and the, bridge
Well,
guys originally not visible. They didn't have any question about it. So all I
I'm aware of what they reported, but like I said, the question that several of us have asked is, can you concretely identify Abby without assuming it's Abby? And the question is never answered as 100% of a yes. It's either that it was a smear, that it was too quick to identify, or there's crickets. So I want to know, to see it for myself, or have a concrete answer. Is it her? But for me, it works either way, because no matter what happens at that moment, you have 20 hours. What I think happened initially, when I believe that they did encounter uh, that situation where that filming took place, my because I don't think you've ever heard how I place them as walking into a meth lab. So I'll give you that. So how I place them walking into a meth situation is that at some place in this area, there's some guys who are gathering in a situation like this. Okay. Now, I place that over near Wilson Bridge, which is a 22-minute walk. I have other people that I've known over the years who've placed that at different places in the area. Like some put it behind Ron Logan's, some put it under the bridge, some put it over by the. There's another little break off of the creek. I think it's called Bridge Creek. It's sort of a little tinier, uh, uh, I guess, branch of the creek that breaks off from the Deer Creek. Some people put that little meth cooking shack right there. So there's several little locations that are speculated as to where people were cooking meth out there that day. But all of those places are easily within a 24-minute walk, uh, with Wilson Bridge being the absolute furthest. So I don't assume that the person that they encountered, if it's them who are encountering someone in the video that's taken, I don't assume that it's necessarily that it has to be a bad guy. I think it's open ended, because maybe down the hill doesn't mean that it's a bad person who's taking them to their deaths. It could have been the person they were planning to meet, or someone with that person. You know, maybe they are going willingly with the person who's heard in that video recording. You know, I don't assume that it's the killer or someone taking them to their demise, but
Yeah, and maybe, and fine, but then you still have to fit, the stumbling into a meth lab theory, with the phone movement.
No, I don't. I don't, because I don't necessarily tie those girls to that phone. That's, the way I conceive of it, that the phone movement has nothing to do with the girls, uh, because I can't prove that the girls are with the phone, you know. So it's
Yeah, I mean, you can, yeah, as an interesting thought experiment, you can ignore the evidence and do counter assumptions. I hypothesis has a really interesting, and I'm trying to figure out how it's possible, but a really interesting take on the girls going down the east path off the north end of the bridge. And by the way, that would, you can't get the distances right, but that would account for the 20 feet change in height in the ravine that goes down from the
right, right.
cemetery.
But I believe in his theory, it's not the girls. It's someone holding the girl's phone, and the girls are brought separately at a later time. That whole theory that he's speculating to is that the whole thing with the phone is a setup. In other words, the taking of the photo of the empty bridge. Uh, so there's a lot. I mean, in my opinion, there's a lot that tying the girls to the phone is really. I understand your perspective is you're coming from the perspective of what was introduced as evidence in trial, et cetera, et cetera. But I think we're all operating more outside of that, and not
And
necessarily
I think
excluding
that,
what's
and what
relevant
I'm,
evidence.
and as a thought experiment, that, that's kind of interesting. And then but then what happens is I mean, you're not limited by any reality. I mean, the girls were there at 1:49. I mean, that video is taken at 2:13. Whatever, and by the way, the distance on the phone, to the end of the bridge is just about right, the 700 and something meters. Now there is a huge problem with the enhanced video. I put it up on Twitter. I don't know if we've discussed it. And that is, if everybody goes, so Julie Melvin on the 10th of March in 2017 walked the bridge and did a video. And at one point I took a screenshot of it. She's looking north, standing at about platform 5. And if you look at platform 5, you look at that looking north on the bridge, you see this tree that looks like a reversed F. And there is no platform anywhere near that tree. You look at the enhanced bridge, the still that they released on the 15th of Bridge Guy, taken from, I think, the enhanced video. Now maybe there's more than one enhanced video. I don't know. I've seen somebody saying there are 4 or something. I have no idea about that. But if you look at that enhanced, that blow up of Bridge Guy that everybody saw for years, that tree that has the 2 branches coming out of it with the reversed F is right by platform 5. And there is no way you can explain that just by zooming in on it. I mean, that is not explained by any zoom function. And actually, if you zoom in on it closely enough, as somebody else has pointed out, it looks like the tree is growing up between the bridge and the platform. So I don't know how it was enhanced. It was obviously done quickly, right? I mean, if the Bridge Guy still was taken from the enhanced video and the still was released on the 15th, then the video enhancement was done by then. So yeah, and so I don't know what was done, and I certainly hope somebody has an expert look at the enhanced video and figure out how it was enhanced.
Well, I'd just like to have the original myself, so we could zoom in ourselves on it and see what's actually on it and hear what's actually heard. I'm sure
Yeah,
you will.
I mean, yeah, sure, but you know, disputing whether it's Abby that's in the thing, or you know, whether it's the girls at all, or whether Libby's holding, I just, you know, I don't see any, you know, you were talking about Occam's razor, and you know, this is assuming that this stuff isn't right is so far from Occam's razor. I
No,
don't
it's
know what
not.
to
It's
say.
That's where you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong because that, like, have you seen the video to prove or verify for yourself that it's Abby in the video? I mean,
No,
that's
but nobody said it wasn't.
people have assumed that it is because they're going in with the expectation that it's Libby taking the video and Abby's in the video, but all the way that it's been related is it's a smear. It's literally a pink smear for half a second and you can't make
No,
it out. So,
no. I mean, neither Bob nor Andrea said anything about a pink smear.
okay, well, they're assuming that it's Abby in the video. No one's verified what's seen. Like I said, is we're running in circles without seeing it for ourselves to discuss what it actually is. But in either case,
But the only reason you have to doubt that is it doesn't fit.
no, it doesn't. It's irrelevant whether it fits or not. They're equally likely to run into a bunch of criminals, whether that's a actual video of them at that place and time or not. They don't have to be there to run into the criminals, and they don't have to not be there to run into the criminals. And I believe what truly happened is that they ran into criminals, you know. And the reason being that whether or not they're there at that place and time, the window I'm looking at extends all the way till at least 2 or 3 or 4 a.m. on the 14th. You know, basically middle of the night. So there's many hours for them to run into a problem. I think it happened pretty quickly, though. I think they ran into the problem in the daylight. But I don't assume that they ran into the problem at 2:13, and it seems like that's where we're differing. You know, I understand if you take the evidence as it is presented, you would assume they run into the problem at the moment that the video is being taken. And yes, if you're assuming that, it's less likely that they would run. If that's the problem they're encountering, then that obviously that's not a bunch of guys. That's maybe 1 or 2 guys, and that's not a meth lab or a bunch of dudes cooking meth or a bunch of guys out in the woods. That's 1 or 2 guys right at the end of the bridge. So I understand what you're saying, but I think we're looking at the reality of what that is a little differently. And I think that's part of the problem. That's what I've been arguing for this whole time, that the whole story that the state presents is very unbelievable. It's a very well constructed timeline and scenario based on that we've been given, you know, from the beginning. But like I said, when I think when we get our hands on that original video and we do zooming in and we do slow motion and we do stills, that the veracity of that video will be much more apparent. Just like the selfie, I know that one of my partners is convinced by the selfie in the vehicle, saying that it is proof of life, the selfie in the vehicle. So, you know, we'll see if that selfie in the vehicle has some solid metadata and believable aspects to it. Oh, maybe we lost Michael.
No, I'm sorry. Somehow hit the mute button. No, I mean, it's like proof of life. I mean, Kelsey's proof of life, and her car is seen leaving then. I mean, you just don't have any reason to disbelieve that.
Well, yeah, no, we do. I do. I'm not taking her word for it. I'm not. There's no way
You
I'll.
don't have to take her word for it because the car's driving away on the Hoosier
But the
Harvest.
car doesn't mean the victims. The car does not mean the victims are in the car with the car or with the sister. The car is the car.
No, it's after they've been dropped off.
Assuming that they're in the car.
No, well, yeah, and they're two. I mean, I just again, I mean, inventing, counter narratives and seeing how they play out, very very useful. I mean, I think it's a lot more likely. I used to think that they were, what you thought. They stumbled into a meth lab. Now I think they were targeted.
Well, it could be. It does. They're not mutually exclusive either. It could be both. It could be
Well,
that they're targeted by being lured out to that place at the same time that there's a whole party or meth involved situation. Meth lab it's a tricky term because we don't have to imagine that it's specifically that. It could be a group of guys who's all jacked up or high or whatever, partying. It could, but they could be targeted and stumble into a problem as a result of being lured out there to where the problem was happening. I don't.
maybe, but
We're
again,
suffering from a
again,
lack of information, in my opinion. That's why everything is so tentative.
well, we've got the movement of the phone, and there's you got no reason to think that that phone was taken off of Libby. I mean, it's yeah, anything's possible, and if you ignore the evidence that exists, the possible stories are endless. I mean, if you ignore the movement of the phone, so the phone is separated from them and then reunited with them after it's put under a body, actually under a shoe, under a body. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the the problem I have always had, you asked if I thought that they were, killed there in the afternoon, and I said, probably not, though maybe. The problem I've had with them being brought back is, I think maybe we've talked about this before. Problem I've had with that is, I mean, that's unbelievably dangerous for the perpetrators.
Oh, to move bodies?
To bring them back to the forest, yeah, after there's been a huge search party out there in the evening, they don't know who's out there and who's going to see them bringing them.
But it's not if the search party is establishing a perimeter to make a safe space to do so. But then it means that there are bad actors among the search party, which
Yeah, I can't.
it gets into a whole other.
One of the things the lynch mob, as I'm calling them, you call them the troll farm. I like the troll farm too. Troll farm. But by the way, I haven't put up the tweet yet, but I will say, after a lynching, doesn't a lynch mob usually go away and disperse? Doesn't seem to have happened.
Well, unless the problem is not the conviction of Richard Allen. So that's what I've been saying. You probably missed it. Their purpose was not the conviction of Richard Allen. That's what we all believed, that they wanted blood. They wanted Richard Allen. But they've proven that that's not what they want. Their problem is that we're out here talking. So they're still here. Allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think you have to account for, the facts beyond dispute. I'm all for Occam's razor and multiplying possible stories. Yeah, they're plausible narratives, but then then again, you have to, the phone wasn't with Libby, the phone wasn't, the phone wasn't with the girls. It's very strange movement and on off stuff and headphone plug in and headphone plug out. It's all very strange stuff that and to say that, the people searching, they're bad actors. So you've got cops conspiring, you've got the searchers conspiring, and I think one of the things that the lynch mob has had against the people who are pretty certain Rick Allen is completely innocent is the multiplication of conspiracy theories that involve lots of people. And I absolutely agree with, I don't know whether it was Holman or somebody who said, if it were a conspiracy of, you know, somebody more than a couple people, they'd be coughing it up. I think, I'm not saying there isn't a cover up, but I think the cover up involves a couple or three people at most. I don't think that I don't think, and by cover up I mean cover up by, law enforcement types. I don't think Holman is part of any cover up. I think what he's doing is covering up for the crappy investigation, and he probably knows nothing about why the crappy investigation at least began. So that's a whole different level of law enforcement protecting itself, not protecting, connections with meth and Odinists and the like. But I just don't think, in a community as meth infested as you pointed out, as Delphi was at the time, the idea that, somebody hasn't spilled the beans between then and now, that's really hard to believe.
Well, I think the way it's successful is compartmentalization. That's all. The way conspiracies that are successful always succeed due to compartmentalization, where you know as little as possible about the whole thing. And I believe that you're right. You've only got a small. I believe everyone involved is obviously part of it. Okay, and then if they only have one or two, but it's too open ended, and it seems like what we're disagreeing on is what are indisputable facts, and the indisputable facts that you're accepting are a greater number than I'm accepting. I accept a very small few indisputable facts, and I believe that a lot of what we saw in the trial were not indisputable facts. They were assumptions. Uh, you know, I understand that it went the way that it went, but what we're doing here has nothing to do with the trial or the appeals process. We're looking at the big picture and looking at it and trying to whittle down to indisputable facts, and that's why we're waiting. I'm very much waiting for more to come that we can all take a look at and see if we can agree that they're indisputable facts, like this video, and like I've already mentioned, the other pieces of quote unquote evidence that we can look at and say, hey, yeah, we do agree now that this is a fact, and then we can move forward from that fact to another fact and so on. Um,
Well, it's hard to have a discussion if you can't agree on the facts. I just don't think it's disputable that Kelsey dropped him off at 148. I don't think it's disputable that Libby took that video at 213. Whatever happened in the enhanced video, which we haven't seen the whole thing of either, I think that's pretty disputable. I just saw a comment Iowa Pappas put up that saying, when we get to see the original video, it will all be smoke and mirrors. Yeah, maybe. I don't think so. It was taken on that phone, and they had that immediately. There wasn't I mean, smoke and mirrors, so the people who grabbed the girls created that video somehow in the little time. Just sorry, it's just, again, anything's possible. It's just really unlikely.
Well, it seems like we're disagreeing about the entire crime flow and the scenario and everything. So I'm willing to accept that. I mean,
But
we don't have to agree.
you're disagreeing, and I'm not saying your disagreement is worth less. Your version is worth less than mine. I'm just trying to say that I don't know how. Let me put it this way: I'd like to be convinced why, other than sort of a creative enterprise, sort of assuming what pretty much everybody knows, and you can, we can, have this epistemological debate. What does it mean to know something? I just don't know. I mean, you've got to account for the phone movement, which is apparently accurate up until the end of the bridge. So why is it inaccurate thereafter? I very interesting. I have a hypothesis thing about going down that east path off the north end of the bridge. Again, that accounts for the upward movement, and I don't think the defense accounted for the upward movement very well at all, because 20 feet of upward movement would have to be a 3-story house or an extremely high barn. And I don't think that, even the idea that they were whisked away in 7 minutes to somebody's house on the other side of town, that doesn't get you 20 feet of upward movement.
Wait, hold on. What did you say about the other side of town?
I think there's some. So there's 7 minutes where the phone isn't moving.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the defense theory was that the girls were spirited off in a vehicle. It would have to be up the private road in 625, and that for 7 minutes that the phone didn't move, so there were no steps, so it's not bumpy, and it's not. And then it starts again for 6 minutes, goes 55 meters and up 20 feet. And I think their theory was that they were taken someplace and went up.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I think that's a misinterpretation of the data. I think that's a complete wild, speculative misinterpretation of the data. I don't think that means. I think that has to do with the inaccuracy of the phone. What's the term for it? Where they're getting the location of the phone and it appears it's over there across town, but it's not. It's just the towers over there.
This is not so. This is not created by the GPS stuff. This is created by the phone. This is not. This data, the movement is based on steps. And
yeah,
so
but when you said across, what's pinning it to that location across town? In this,
what's pinning it? The idea. Well, no. What? Yeah. Well, so it does ping across town. That is what pings. But the idea is that it's also about a 7-minute drive, and that it fits.
Yeah, but I think that's trying to fit the square peg into the round hole. Like when I saw that, I disagreed with it immediately. Like,
well,
in other words, they're trying to explain the ascending motion as being in someone's house who's a POI because of the ping across town. Like,
well, no, it's not just because of the ping across town. It's also because of the 7 minutes.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous. Like, why? Like, I think that's way more ridiculous than anything I have hypothesis speculating happened with the phone moving, I mean, why would someone drive them across town and bring them into a house and then and then like it's not the GPS showing that the phone's there. It's the cell ping that's got the accuracy of just about that exact amount of space or distance. I don't know that one. I'm highly reluctant to believe, but I've seen people present it on Twitter or whatnot. Um,
Well, I mean, it fits so it fits two pieces of data, and you can doubt the data, but if you want, but it does fit two pieces. If it were just a ping, I'd say yeah, but it's also a 7-minute drive. And I'm not saying they went to Westfall's house. That's not. And what I'm saying is, I don't think that the upward movement, if that's at all accurate, actually fits the house. I mean, I'm doubting that because 20 feet up is a lot more than to a second story.
yeah, I'm just thinking that whole scenario was to fit a POI rather than to make sense of what happened with the phone. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that was a far reach to try to fit it onto a POI. Because that's my conclusion after I considered it. I guess is
Well, there's part of it that's trying to fit it to a POI, maybe, but there's another part of it that more generally is maybe not that POI, but there's more generally the idea maybe it's that guy, but also if it isn't that guy, they were driven away and then brought back. I mean, I think that's and it just
but I
happens.
think that's a ridiculous assumption though. But like just because there's a 7-minute gap is where that's coming from. I mean, I don't know. I have a hard time with it. I really don't believe the girls. I don't believe the phone leaves. I guess that's where I'm getting at. Like for me, imagining that the phone leaves is very difficult. It's I don't see a reason it would leave. You know, other than to try to pin it to another POI. I would understand that you're trying to put the girls at Westfall's house or something. Yeah, okay, I could understand that, but
Well, the other reason, so the reason you're doing that is also it fits with somewhat with the blood evidence, and that is there's not enough blood where the girls were found. So one of them probably at least had to have been killed someplace else. Well, where's the someplace else? And
probably Wilson Bridge or in the water. Yeah, I believe for a long time that those girls that those girls were in the water, which is why they're not clothed and Abby's lacking some blood and that no blood is found anywhere. Um,
yeah, but there are no drag marks either. So
right. And it makes sense that you would not have to drag Libby because she's already alive. And Abby is only 99 pounds. It's pretty easy to hold for a big guy. So I always have assumed that Abby was carried on the shoulders and that Libby was alive. And I think the evidence proves that Libby was alive the whole time until she was killed right in the spot where she lay, basic for more or less, right in that area. She's
which of the girls? I always get them confused. Which of the girls had the gag marks?
Abby, the little girl.
Yeah.
She's got the abrasions that make it seem as if she might have been tied with a handkerchief around the mouth or something, or maybe held by the inner arm.
Yeah. Well, happy hunting with the Wilson Bridge. I just don't think it's possible. But
Well, do you think it's possible that they were missed during a search if they were laid there? So approximately 3:30, 4 p.m. Do you think it's possible that they would have been missed from 4 p.m. until noon the next day?
You know, it's an interesting question. I haven't been down there. Other people have. I think
Mm.
I would have thought so. There's a cop who blew in the private drive about 5:45. I forget what time the sun went down. Um, I, it's hard to imagine that they wouldn't have been seen. On the other hand, yeah, I just haven't been down there, so I don't know. I can't tell you what the probabilities are. I don't know who tramped where. You think they'd have been found? I have my doubts that they were killed there. I mean, or killed there and then. Maybe one of them was killed there. I don't know. Again, I just think that it's the crazy story part of it is if they were brought back. I mean, there were still people in the forest. I mean, there were still people. I mean, there's a report of, and you may have seen it. I forget which channel, but there's a reporter out at
32. 432.
Yeah, it says 4:32, and she says a group with flashlights just came by. I mean, there
And
are
family
people,
members. Yes.
and there are people out there. I mean, if you killed the girl someplace else, or at least one of them someplace else, and bring them back, I just that is, you're one of the perpetrators. That is just so dangerous.
Yeah, unless it's a group effort is what I'm getting at. And I know it doesn't sound good. I'm not trying to sound PC over here. I'm saying if one girl was dead or injured gravely, they're bringing one dead and one alive back to Ron Logan's. And the only way you would do that is if you made sure no one who wasn't working with you.
I understand, and that's not Occam's razor. That's incredibly complicated.
It is complicated, but hey, look at what we're dealing with. I mean, it's Delphi murders.
Yeah, yeah. I just so even if there are the only report of somebody being turned back is what was it, Erskine with his dogs.
Eric William and Erskine. So Eric Williams was with what's his name, Joseph, and then I believe Erskine. No, was it Erskine with the dog? Maybe someone in the chat will know. But there's a couple people turned back.
I think it was Erskine with the dog, but I'm happy to be corrected.
Yeah, I'm not. Me too. I'm looking at the chat, but
there is.
I believe that there would have only been a very small window of time that anyone would have had to be turned away. You know, it's just in the most risky part of whatever moving of a body you would want to turn someone away. But I had another question before you go. Is have you given much thought to the? Oh, he says Brad German with the dog. Okay, good. Yeah,
It was who?
Brad German.
I don't
Now,
think
Brad German is the guy that's married to McClellan's relative. Okay, Brad German's married to. That's a whole other story, but yeah, the screams at 2 a.m. I wanted to ask you about.
What about him?
What do you think about the screams at 2 a.m.?
Looking into it.
Good.
I have always been highly skeptical of that particular report for two reasons, actually for three or four. And one is there were other people out there and nobody else is reporting screams. The time of the screams would conflict with some firefighter testimony about stuff happening at 2:30.
Well, you're talking about Sterrett, Fire Chief Sterrett, who said he was called back out there at 2:30 by Tobe Leazenby, right? That's
You know, I have that secondhand, so that this is a recent addition to the reasons to doubt this, so I may not have that reason to doubt it, right? So
Okay.
I will back off of that. So there was, according to this report, a second person with the person making the report, and that person has never said anything.
What do you mean with
And
the screams?
yeah,
That person's dead. That's why. Yeah. That
no,
person.
that person is not dead.
What do you mean, Teresa Liebert or
No,
the old lady, Miss
no, it's
Beard?
neither of them. It's neither of them. Somebody else reported screams at 2 o'clock. Um, and they reported them as that person was with a friend, and they heard screams, and they called the sheriff's department, and folks at the sheriff's department, whoever it was, said, you know, sorry, we're too busy. And
Okay,
I've
so that's
always,
Taya Miller and Kat Cole were together. Is that who you're talking about?
well, it's Taya Miller. I don't think it's Kat Cole.
No, Taya Miller is the one who reported that initially, was one of the three that I am aware of that
So who's Kat Cole?
she's dead. Jerome Weiss killed her days after this whole thing.
And who's Jerome Weiss?
Uh, it's complicated. Yeah. Um, the story is that those were the two that were together, but they're both dead. Okay. But the other story was that Miss,
Hold it. Who both are dead?
as far as I'm aware, Taya Miller and Catherine Cole Richardson. And
Taya Miller is not dead.
she's not. Well, people have reported that.
Yeah. Well, people.
We need to check on Taya. But then you've
I
got.
have. I know exactly where she is.
Okay, good. Then you've got
And
the
there, and
other
she was with,
story.
and she was with somebody else, and I know where she is too.
Okay, I'm looking at the chat because there's all these different stories. See, this is see, as far as I'm aware, the Taya Miller and Kat Cole who heard those screams are both dead. And I also, it's always been a story that old Miss Mears was the second caller who heard the screams at the same time. So
And she's dead too, or she's still alive?
I don't think she's dead. I think she's extremely elderly, but I don't know at this point who else may have heard screams. This is a whole bunch of weird stuff.
Well, there's another story involving Ron Logan. I don't know. Again, I mean, you know, the stories are endless, but there's another story that Ron Logan told somebody he heard screams at 2 a.m. and or in the night. I don't know that he gave a time. And that, you know, he went out and checked and did some other things. And anyway, he heard screams.
What seems like anyone who would have called 911 or the police, there should be maybe some sort of record of that. You know, that would be something to have.
No shit, Sherlock.
Anyone who heard screams and didn't call, then it's all on their word or with their recollection. And but Taya, the thing that I am concerned with Taya Miller is that in her post she describes the screams as horrific screams. Now that's concerning, considering that at that very moment Tobe Lesenby is out there, but Taya's told that they're too busy to deal with it. But then shortly thereafter, Tobe calls for Dennis Sterrett, the fire chief, to come out there to assist him. So
yeah,
that whole incident with the screams is concerning to me because of the description of them, and then and then the response and the timing of the fire chief coming out for allegedly for flashlights or whatever it was he was called for. Now they're also saying, see, half the chat is saying that Taya is not alive, and then half are saying that Taya is alive. So I'm inclined to believe she is alive.
She is absolutely alive. I know exactly where she is.
Right, and so if this other person was indeed Catherine, then Catherine is absolutely
It was
deceased.
the other person. It was not Catherine Cole.
Okay, well then the other person may be alive.
The other person is alive.
All of this quack 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 with the stories about this is so interesting, but I truly believe there were horrific screams at the 2 a.m. hour. So that's concerning, considering you got bodies potentially being moved, or at least one, or maybe girls being injured, or girls being still alive, or girls being out there. Like, there's a whole bunch of concern about why there would be screams at that hour.
Absolutely.
So I'm glad we're talking about it, because it's probably one of the biggest red flags, that you've got missing children, you've got searchers out there, you've got horrific murder screams. And then I've also noticed, now we're going back in time into memories of the troll farming, and there was this huge effort a couple years ago to reframe those screams as playful screams. See, before we had found Tyra's original description of them being horror screams, there were some of the troll members going around and trying to reframe those and say, no, they were playful screams. There was someone jumping on a trampoline. Okay. So
jumping on a trampoline at 2 a.m, of course.
At 2 a.m, having playful trampoline screams in 30-degree weather. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, of course, it's trampolines. What could go wrong?
Yeah, but it's part of the spin, I believe. It's like, why trying to discount those screams so no one ever thinks of them or speaks of them or is concerned about them?
Yeah. Well, it's worrisome.
Well, maybe we'll have some information surface by 2025. Who knows?
Well, I think there's going to be some work on some newly discovered evidence involving stuff that came up at trial for the first time. Stuff that the defense was completely blindsided by. People changing their testimony, people lying, people saying things they'd never said before.
Yeah, I know many were concerned about Brad Weber, but I was kind of concerned about why Anna Williams and Derek German's stories conflict about picking up the girls and bringing them on the Sunday the day before. That popped up, and it was a huge conflict with the past 7 years of statements that it was that it was Anna who picked those girls up
on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah, that was very shocking to me. For me, that's one of the most shocking pieces of testimony, was that that Derek claims now that it was his doing.
I don't know. It was 7 years ago, but I think I'd remember that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's a conflict. Why is it important? I'm not saying it isn't, but why is it?
Well, that would depend upon proof of life, because if we're not believing, one of the places where we're not completely convinced, or at least I'm not, um, is that the girls are both alive and well at the point of drop off, according to the family, at 1:45, whatever it be, on the 14th, on the 13th. So if those
So,
girls,
so Becky Patty's lying about breakfast, and
hey,
Derek is lying. Derek is lying about being called to pick them up at 3 o'clock, and
possibly,
and and,
possibly.
yeah, anything's possible. It's like all these all. I mean, I I think, Proc, you might want to like do a head count of how many people you think are involved in the conspiracy and how many people you think are lying.
Oh, it's just pretty easy. It's going into the 20 number. Like I said, it's with people would have different reasons for saying different things to protect their own interest. And if you've got this little group has to protect this interest, another group protect another interest. But I guess the point that we're talking about is why the question that I have is why would there be two different versions of what happens on the Sunday, and why would one parent claim that they are transporting the girls around, and why would the other parent now take the stand and claim that they were the ones taking, and then which one is telling the truth, or are they both, or is neither? There's some reason there's a conflict about who's transporting the girls around the day before they're last ever seen by anyone. It's like you say, it seems to be something you would not forget because it's going to be your last memories of them. So why for 7 years is it Miss Williams? And then why now that we're at trial is it Mr. German? That's a huge
Yeah,
question.
and I don't know, it'd be interesting to know what prior statements he made about that if he was asked. I'm not even sure why it would have come up. Why would who was picking whom up the previous day? Why did that even come up at
Why
trial?
was why? Well, yeah, and why was it also told again and again and again over the years? That's a huge thing that a lot of people have a lot of suspicion about, or like all the repetitive tellings of seemingly innocuous narrative points, which gives people a lot of hesitation or reluctance or suspicion, whatever, to believe. That people have these suspicions.
Well, and people should have suspicions, and being suspicious of stuff is a good thing. I mean, like, critical thinking is always asking the question, why might I be wrong? And something obviously the police never did in this. And the thing that I can't get my mind around in all of this with the investigation is, with all this DNA out there to be tested. And I'm not talking about the defense here. I'm talking about the police. They're stymied for years on this. It's like, and you're not out there testing the DNA. Excuse me. And you're not testing. I mean, I understand it was in the water, and maybe it was unlikely to yield any testable DNA. But the green bandana or scarf that didn't belong to either of the girls that was found, you're not at least trying to see if there's testable DNA off it. I mean, what is that about?
Well, see, what I wondered about that piece is did they ignore that because it was so weathered that it was obvious that it had been out there for years or months? Like, I wonder about that green scarf. Like,
If it was so weathered, they wouldn't have asked. They wouldn't have asked the families if it belonged to the girls.
well, good point. Okay, so if that was part of it, then yeah, exactly. That should have been tested. And I would assume that might be the cause of the marks on Abby's face, because the way the marks are described, it would be something exactly like that. You know.
Well, then somebody would have tied it on her, and their DNA would have been on it. I mean, I'm just saying, they're the hairs. And by the way, somebody made an interesting point in a conversation I was having the other day. So this unidentified DNA that's on the external genitalia, and saying, oh well, probably from a family member. It's like, if this were CPS, if this were a Chin's case, nobody would be saying that.
Right, exactly.
No, it's yeah, I don't know why the state didn't. I mean, all this DNA out there to be tested, and I didn't hear any results. There was that $20,000 or something for genealogical testing, and maybe the defense has the report, and it was, nothing came of it. But boy, it sure would be nice to know what the result of that was. I mean, did they do the genealogical DNA investigation on the unidentified, the unidentified female and the unidentified male DNA? I don't know.
Yeah, I would think that you would think that DNA would be the primary focus in this age of the something to be looked at in depth, and it just seems like it was disregarded, ignored, mishandled.
Well, there are a couple of reasons why. So even if you think it should be the primary thing, let's say you don't think it's the primary thing. If for 2 years, right, they're so stymied that between 2017 and 2019, in 2019, they have to take a new direction, and they give you Youngbridge guy. They're so stymied. I mean, they've got all this DNA to test. I mean, instead of pitching up a picture that doesn't look anything like the original picture, even though Doug Carter says they're the same person, and thereby loses all credibility forever. Why aren't you out? I mean, you've got this double homicide of 2 girls, and I got to tell you, there are times that I think about what happened to these girls, and I am actually in tears. I mean, it is terrible, and I think it is much more awful than the state's case made out. But you're not testing this, and there's another reason you're stymied. But the other thing is, like, Ives was already immediately saying that this was an incredibly complex scene. Plus, they said multiple people originally. And the other reason you test the DNA for DNA is to find out, if you can, how many different people you've got there. Even if you can't, so you've got unidentified male DNA that seems to be the same on. Is it on Abby? I don't remember. It's on Abby, right?
Which one?
The unidentified male DNA on the external genitalia and maybe on the breast. I mean,
it's on both girls, but there's more on Libby, but there's a little on Abby, and on both girls' fingers.
And it's the same unidentified male DNA on all of it.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Yeah, that's the question. Is it the same male unidentified DNA or not?
Anyway, I think I'm making my point here. That by testing the DNA, even if you get unidentified profiles, you start getting an idea of how many people were involved or may have been involved. It would seem to be investigation 101. I'm sorry, investigation 101 would be backing up your interviews.
Oh yeah, backing up. That was a good point that someone else made the other day, that the protocol is you back those up. Yeah.
In at least 2 places. So yeah, I think we started this thread by my saying simply, I can't get my mind around again. And I think now I've given the reasons I can't get my mind around the DNA not having been tested.
Well, unless it was internal sabotage, though. You know, if they're intentionally going to sabotage the DNA by corrupting it in some way and then not test it further, then it kind of leads back to that there's some kind of sabotage going on from within law enforcement, which is my hypothesis here.
Well, I would have thought, so I don't think anybody's going around corrupting the DNA. I mean, that just doesn't make sense to me. But I mean, this is stuff that wasn't tested. I will say we did find out about the internal disagreement in law enforcement about the Odinism angle, right? And I would have thought that the defense, at least, would have found out if, and again, I don't know, I don't have inside information. I would have thought the defense would have found out if there were memos or something, you know, one contingent of law enforcement is saying test the DNA, and another contingent is saying, nah, we don't need to. Don't know.
Yeah, it almost seems like that's going to have to be the product of a external investigation into the whole thing. I mean, I don't know. Does the defense have the right to even look at that or subpoena that, or, you know, are they limited only by the discovery that's presented as evidence?
No, they certainly did their own investigation. I mean, they're not limited. They get to investigate too. I mean, they've certainly deposed people and done stuff. So. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, no, I do know that they certainly could get into that if it would produce anything. But at this point, I don't think, you know, we've only got, I think I counted it 42 days from not counting today, 42 days to file a motion to correct error based on newly discovered evidence. And that's not a lot of time to investigate.
Well, you know, I think it's pretty clear. But I mean, I've made myself pretty clear that I believe that a huge error is accepting any point of this long-standing narrative of the crime flow. I think it's probably much more productive to reverse it, you know, by knowing, like, the one time we can lock in is when the bodies are found. You know, who found the bodies, when were they found, where were they found? That's sort of a starting place. And then maybe going all the way back to, well, when can we last prove life and drop off, or is there a drop, you know, kind of locking in those two bookends. That's sort of how I kind of try to approach it. But you know, as I've mentioned, we're so lacking any solid information that it's hard to do it out here.
I just have to disagree with you. The information about Kelsey dropping the girls off is just really solid information. It's not irrefutable information, but absent a reason to disbelieve it, it is very solid information.
Well, I'll have to decide based on that alleged selfie. I mean, certainly the car on the footage is zero proof of anything, because we know the quality of that is so poor that you cannot make out the passengers, the license plate, etc.
The girls were not in the car when that picture, that video is of Kelsey leaving after she's dropped the girls off.
Right. So then, Michael, you're taking Kelsey's word that she dropped off the girls. Which I think is insane, unless unless that selfie is indeed proof that they are in that vehicle and they are both alive and well, and there's metadata to back it up and it's solid.
No, it's not just Kelsey's word, because I think Becky Patty's testified that, you know, Kelsey took them off, took them. I mean, yes, Kelsey, you know, Kelsey drove them, you know, to one of the POI's houses. I'm sorry. You've got a woman who sees two girls. Yeah, it might not be them, but you've got Becky Patty saying Kelsey's taken them to the trail. You've got Kelsey saying, I took them to the trail and I dropped them off. You've got her car on the video. It fits with the video on Libby's phone. And, you know, we can argue about the Snapchat picture of Abby, which I've come to believe is absolutely genuine.
Let's just say this, Michael. We disagree. Well, I mean, we agree on nothing. I'm willing to say that we agree on nothing.
But you don't. But you know, there's a. You know, Andrea was talking about there's an instruction, you know, given that, you know, in this life you can't be certain about everything, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt is firmly convinced. You can doubt everything just for the sake of doubting it, but I just think that, like, where there are pretty well established facts, unless you have a reason to doubt it.
Well, that's the thing, Michael.
No, the only reason is that it doesn't fit your idea.
No. The reason is that the family has been inconsistent for 7 years with every story they've told. The evidence is not facts. Okay, in the court of law, they may have been accepted as facts, and maybe that's where you're coming from because it's your field. But from this external perspective, the facts are not the facts. Like, the facts that we know is those bodies were found mysteriously at some point in the morning on the 14th, and before that, it's almost like a vacuum of information, and then a whole bunch of disinformation. And believing the family is at this point, it's the last thing that any of us will do. And law enforcement has proven that we have reason to.
And what I'm saying is that I'm not talking about anything else the family has said. I'm talking about just the departure and arrival details at the trail. That is corroborated by stuff.
How? By their words.
It's corroborated. It's corroborated by the video of the car. It's corroborated by Betsy Blair. It's corroborated by
no, because we don't know that Betsy sees them, and the car could have been there for another reason other than dropping them off alive and well.
And you have the video on Libby's phone taken at 2:13, and the time,
which does not show Abby clearly, and we don't know if Libby's holding the phone. That's what I'm saying.
As I said, Prof, I mean, you can come up with, you know, and you can doubt that the girls were actually found at noon because, you know, they were actually found earlier and ignored. I just, you know. You're certainly entitled to your own opinions, but but if we can't agree on the facts, there's nothing to talk about.
Well, that's why I said we don't. I can guarantee you that it seems like at this point we're not really agreeing on anything because there's too much. From where I stand, there's a lot of reason for hesitation, and I will not take for granted any of these points in this crime flow as factual until we're proven fact. And I think that proof can come and will. I just think at this point it still has not been provided, you know. And I mean, good thing for Richard Allen. I think a whole bunch of this is good for Richard Allen. I honestly do, because
the state's timeline and story makes no sense based on their own facts. I mean, and that's why, I think you just have to negotiate. You have to come up with a narrative that really, I mean, when you say none of this stuff is proven, I don't know what would be sufficient. I don't know what would be sufficient for you to prove that, Kelsey dropped the girls off at 1:48 or thereabouts.
Oh,
just don't know.
if that selfie actually shows them alive and well, and there's verifiable metadata that has not been altered, that proves that it was taken at that time and place in the vehicle.
And how will you know that the metadata hasn't been altered?
Well, that's up to the forensic specialist, not the prof. But I would lean on them to look at the metadata, analyze it, and get a real good handle on that selfie, because that would be a very crucial piece of evidence as to their well-being or their state of being at the time and place right before they're dropped off. And so that would be good. But even that, like I said, that doesn't change the fact that they're not found till 20 hours later or more. So you still have that huge open window of what happened to these girls and where were they when they were not. Like I do recommend that you go to the trails there and walk around yourself. And I've been saying that on every show. I try to say it to people, not to advertise for the tourism in Delphi, but I think that going and really putting your feet on the ground and realizing the extreme likelihood that those bodies would have been found, because that trail that goes off to Ron Logan's, it leads directly to where they were found. It's the only trail out there. So there's either
I think that I'm with you on thinking. So look, we agree that there is lots to doubt in this case, but you can't just doubt everything. You just can't. You just can't. I mean, this stuff is. I mean, it's just really well established. I mean, and yeah, and there's the infrared from the drone that doesn't show the girls' bodies. There's some sort of explanation for that, and that is that they'd have been there for 2 or 3 hours, and with the lack of blood, they'd have cooled off very quickly. I don't know whether, I'm no expert. I don't know whether that explanation stands up, but it's very odd that the infrared camera didn't pick up the warmer bodies. It's odd that people didn't find the bodies that afternoon. It's really not that far from the creek. I mean, there's I don't know what the visibility across is from down along the private drive, but I would have thought if it was still day, if that cop wasn't, if that state police guy wasn't there until 5:45, it may have already been dark, and so then maybe you wouldn't have seen anything then. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's odd that they weren't found that afternoon. I agree. There is a ton of stuff that's odd about this case, and that's the stuff that needs to be poked around with and sort of, I think, try. And I don't think it's shoehorning or putting a square peg in a round hole. I think you have to try and explain the actual oddities with pretty well established facts.
Well, I'd like to know, why were witnesses excluded, like those classmates, like the Daniel?
Tell me about the classmates. Tonight was the first. I meant to ask you about that. This is the first. Again, on the facts, I'm kind of a newcomer. You all, you and the people in your chat have probably been on this for years and years and years and years. But who are these classmates?
We have 3 girls. The last names are Herrera, Mata, and Collier. They were there before the witnesses who have been utilized in the trial, and they were there after the witnesses. So they were there this entire time.
Well, hold it. So they were. So what do we know about where they were and when they were where? So they were on the trail. I mean, generally, I mean, they were there.
On the
Where
trail
were
under
they?
the bridge is the basic story. The story initially had them leaving after 4 p.m. Okay, then they revised that to that they left about 3:30, and then I
When
think
did they,
these days the time has even been pushed earlier to that they left more like around 3.
when
So
did
that's
they get
the
there?
point of inconsistency is what time they left the area.
When did they get there?
I cannot remember at this point. It's something like 12:30 or 1, like before any of this. That's what I mean. Before any of the witnesses,
Are
they
you
are there.
kidding me? Are
I'm
you
not kidding
kidding
you.
me?
No, I'm not kidding you. Maybe someone in the chat knows exactly what time they arrived, but there should be forensic evidence digitally because obviously they're little teenagers. They would have all had their phones.
No, but so Rick Allen goes in and says, I saw 3 girls.
Yes, that's
No?
who we think he saw is those 3. Because
Yeah, well, then that's between what, noon and 1 or 12:30 and 1:30.
he probably saw them out there when they were, first there. Yes. And they were there the whole time. That's the oddity of it all.
This is the first time I've heard that there was actually a group of 3 girls out there.
Yeah. So 3, we call them the classmates, basically.
No, I mean the reason I'm saying is, the lynch mob and I guess McClelland as well, are saying, well, he really saw 4 girls.
We see our conspiracy theory is he saw those 3 because they were little girls, the age of the teenagers. They were teenagers. They were kids. They were there when he was there, allegedly, and even they possibly would have been there if he had been there earlier because no one has put it in the chat, but they were there possibly 12:30 to 4, minimum 3:30.
Yeah, the time they leave is unimportant. At least at least I think. So the defense tried to get them to testify and they weren't permitted to. I mean, what's
I don't
that?
know the story on that. I don't know the logic of the investigation or the defense's investigation.
I thought you said they were kept out.
Yeah, no, I believe that in this trial, okay, they were all kept out. Those 3 girls were kept out. Daniel Pearson was kept out, and Shelby Duncan was kept out. So I wonder about all of that handful is why were those witnesses excluded, and why were only Carba and Blair and Voorhees included?
Well, you say they were excluded. Nobody called them, but it wasn't that they weren't permitted to testify for some
I don't
evidentiary.
know what happened with
No, but
McClelland
they weren't.
or
I'm making a different point, Prof. I'm just trying to clarify that there's no reason to think they were excluded. It's just nobody called them as witnesses.
well, I believe it's picking and choosing. I believe McClelland had Voorhees saying what he wanted. He had Carba and Blair saying what he wanted. Therefore, he disregarded whatever Daniel Pearson or those girls or Shelby Duncan or anybody else had to say because he had the hand chosen witnesses he wanted to put Richard Allen at the bridge, which is what
Well,
he wanted. Yeah. So I
I'm
believe
sorry. I
that's
mean,
the
that's what I mean. You don't call you don't call witnesses that aren't helpful to you. I mean that just doesn't. You don't do that. I mean, I guess the bigger question would be why did the defense not call the 3 girls?
right.
And I don't have an answer to that.
And what about the
Um,
Browns? What about the Browns? I mean, they would have witnessed something.
the Browns.
Never mind. What about the phones what about the individuals who were holding the phones that were in the geofencing? Why were they not called? You know, they would have been there at the same time and place that these things were taking place. Why were they not called by either side?
Yeah, good question. There was so I was listening to change the subject a little bit, and maybe somebody in your chat or you remember. So I was watching Andrea Burkhart's or listening to Andrea Burkhart's recap of the closing arguments again, and I understood her to say that McClellan said in closing that there were all these different witnesses: Betsy Blair, Sarah Carbaugh, Riley Voorhees, and they all described slightly different people. Actually, they were quite different, but they were all adamant that who they saw was Bridge Guy. And I don't think anybody said they saw Bridge Guy. I don't think that's true. I don't think Betsy Blair said, yeah, the guy I saw was, the photograph of Bridge Guy. I don't think Sarah Carbaugh said the guy I saw was Bridge. I don't think anybody said that. Just like nobody identified Rick Allen as the person they saw. Am I mistaken about that?
Well, I'm with you 50-50. I think that maybe Carbaugh did believe it was Bridge Guy, and maybe Voorhees, but more so important to me, it's like I'm assuming possibly they did see, but because the way I'm looking at it, they're all describing a larger male, taller than Rich Allen, or Rick Allen, and also most of them describe, or the two girls describe someone in all black, head to toe, and you have Carbaugh describing someone in tan, and it's the cognitive dissonance is off the charts with these descriptions, because they're either describing multiple individuals or they're all describing someone who's not. I mean, at a bare minimum for me, they're describing someone who's not Rick Allen, which is where I'm with you in that's why they were not able to identify Rick Allen. Not even they weren't even able to testify that the person represented in the sketches was Rick Allen. That's why I think the sketches were left out, because they couldn't say that's who I meant to portray. They also couldn't say that's who I saw. So it's clear to me none of them saw Rick Allen.
That was one of the the evidentiary problems at the trial. Whatever you think about the other sketches, Betsy Blair was responsible for helping to create the young Bridge Guy sketch. And she should absolutely have been allowed to testify, yeah, that's the sketch that I helped create, and that's the guy I saw, and by the way, that's a 10 out of 10. She should have absolutely been able to testify to that.
Yeah, I mean, 10 out of 10 is a big deal, but there's other oddities with that, is how, Kelsey for years, multiple times had said that sketch was produced by a new technology, which everyone at the time assumed to be some sort of DNA stuff where the DNA produced the image of a man that looks like that sketch looks. And so now the official story is it's Betsy Blair. But no matter if it's a 10 out of 10 for Betsy Blair, why can she not look at Richard Allen and say, that's him?
Well, no, but I think Andrea and maybe even Bob Mata as well pointed out that neither McClellan nor the defense lawyers asked these witnesses that question because they didn't know what the witnesses would say.
Yeah, but that's insane to me, because why couldn't they do that in an interview? Why couldn't they do that ahead of time and say, Betsy, did you see Rick Allen? Or let's put a
Because for the
line up.
same reason, because they don't want the answer.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, couldn't they put a lineup with Rick Allen in it and put it in front of her and say, that guy in the sketch, is he in this lineup?
They could, they could, but what I'm saying is neither side, it looks like, wanted the answer to that question, because neither side, the answer to that question could be bad if you don't know, right? I mean, first rule of lawyering: don't ask questions you don't know the answers to.
Yeah.
Now, I have to say, I think an innocence case is maybe different. You know, if you're doing a reasonable doubt case, you know, that strategy, and I'm not second guessing the lawyers here because this is my take, but I would, you know, I think I would be talking to the client and saying, you know, I don't know what she's going to say if you're talking about Sarah Carbaugh, for instance, right? I don't know what she's going to say. You want me to ask her if it's you she saw? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, with an innocence case, you need to do everything that's necessary and also possible to put your client in the best position to win. And I'm not saying you don't do that with every case, but I think that goes to a different level with an innocence case, where it's not just a question of you making the state prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, but as in this case, I mean, Andy Baldwin, the opening statement, said what? He said, you, jury, will see the state's case disintegrate before your eyes. You got to deliver on that.
Well, and they did, though. They did. But they didn't understand what they saw. Like I just don't understand. I will never understand this jury.
Well, yeah, I don't get the jury either. I mean, I always thought, I thought the confessions were a huge problem. Now, you know, we all know that the confessions were given under horrific circumstances. But confessions are confessions, and people have a hard time ignoring them. And you know, I from the recaps from Bob and Andrea, it sounded like, you know, the defense and Brad Rosie in particular did a terrific job showing the jury just what produced those confessions. But I always thought because of the confessions, the jury was going to hang. There would be at least some few jurors who couldn't get past the confession.
Well, I agreed, and that's why I thought it would be a hung jury. And I don't understand. I think, I mean, I guess it's just that the judge did an amazing job of keeping evidence from the jury, and then they were able to be persuaded by the voice of Richard Allen in the. My assumption is that it's the voice of Richard Allen in the interrogation videos aligned with the enhanced audio is what did it. On top of the confessions, and I don't believe it's his voice. I think it was it was declared by Brian Harshman wearing a uniform. They believed him. They went and they listened, and they eventually convinced themselves that it's his voice, and so he's guilty. And I think it's a travesty. It's
Yeah, I you know, I think it was a yeah, it'll be nice if I mean, that's another reason to do a motion to correct error with, you know, newly discovered evidence can be developed that you know, kind of detonates some parts of the state's case because you know, the more that's out there that the jurors can see that they didn't get to find out about, I think the more likely it is that they'll be willing to talk, and it would be really interesting to talk to them.
Oh yeah, me too. If they're not all afraid, I mean, because the culture of fear is just incredible around this case, and I'm hoping that it doesn't prevent them.
Yeah. So anyway, it's been fun. Thank you for the opportunity as always.
Well, thank you for coming.
And I've probably need to go get back to loading up the ammunition for what's coming.
Well, sounds good. Thanks for coming, and it's good to discuss. We don't have to agree on every detail, but I think we both agree on the big picture here, which is we have a miscarriage of justice, and the true killers are still out there. And I think that at least we agree on that.
Yeah. You know, the idea that Rick Allen did this. The more I look into, so let me tell you about actual innocence cases too. There's sort of a hallmark of, and this is just before I go, one of the hallmarks of actual innocence cases, and I haven't historically done a lot of innocence work, but I'm now involved in, I think it's 4 cases. And that is that, so the state has its facts, and they've accused your guy, they've convicted your guy, whichever. But in an actual innocence case, every new piece of evidence you develop, every stone you turn over and look at, nothing shows up that makes your client look more guilty. In other words, the state has its maximum evidence making your guy guilty, and like there is nothing, you keep investigating and there is nothing new that you find that makes you say, oops, that might be it might be my guy after all. And all I can say is that with my sort of imperfect dabbling in the facts of these murders, there's no new thing that I've looked at or found that makes Rick Allen look even possibly guilty. And on that happy note, I think I'll say goodnight and love your channel, and I hope people watch it because you have some truly great stuff.
Thank you, and we'll keep rolling out the conspiracy theories for the tinfoil wearing nuts, and for the good people too. But thank you, Michael, and keep up the good work.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Teddy's pretty comfy here. He's doing a great job holding my shoulder in the right position so it doesn't hurt. So big thanks to Teddy, but yes, big thanks to Michael as well for coming and sharing his opinions. There's very interesting information. Isn't it funny how the conflicting information about the screams how many in a JFK assassination? Well, I guess we'll find out soon because We will, I'm assuming. Okay. RICO wouldn't exist if conspiracies didn't. Well, it's a criminal enterprise, and I am of a firmly of the belief that Delphi is a criminal enterprise. I mean, I know it's complicated. I'm not expecting anybody to understand it. There's only so many words and hours and opportunities and ideas that come to me to be able to explain. But I want everyone to understand that I take nothing for granted in this thought experiment. I take no one's word. I think that the court was full of non-facts accepted as facts. I think the entire crime flow is fraudulent. The entire timeline is fraudulent. All of the stories over the years are fabricated. It's a long way to go, but I do believe in the reverse engineering. Like I do look at, I begin by looking at the time that these girls are found, how they're found, where they're found, the condition that they're in, and then I look at it and I believe, okay, well, how did they get this way? How did things end up this way? Because we know what's found. And when I look at what's found, I try to imagine how did we get here? And so to understand that, I look for, well, when's the last time I know that they were alive and well and functioning normally? And unfortunately, it's I'm reluctant to take the family's word for it, and I don't take the appearance of a vehicle as proof of that. I don't take the video that does not show either of the girls alive and well as proof of that. I do not take the movement of phones as proof of their well-being. It actually takes me pretty far back, and I would place that on Sunday. On Sunday, but unfortunately, I'm reluctant to do that due to the conflicting stories of the mother and father, being Anna Williams and Derek German, having conflicting stories about who transported those girls around on that Sunday. Because their stories conflict, it immediately causes suspicion to arise as to the veracity of those stories, and then the question arises: well, damn, were those girls alive and well on Sunday? Because if the stories don't match about who picked them up and what transpired, where they went and where were they dropped, and all the activities with the girls on that Sunday, then immediately I start to wonder, did anything of the sort happen with those girls on that Sunday? Because why is the mother saying that she transported the girls around, etc.? And then for years and years, and then we end up at trial, and the father says, no, I transported the girls around on Sunday. So immediately my mind goes to, okay, well, why is there a conflict here? Does the conflict of these stories indicate that possibly those events didn't take place? And if those events didn't take place, then I begin to wonder, were those girls both in good condition on that day? Because if those girls were both in good condition and that incident did take place, or those events did take place, then you would suspect or expect that over the years, the story would have never changed, that Anna picked those girls up and then transported them around and dropped them off. You would expect that that's factually what happened. And for the story to change at this late point, it's just another huge red flag that something's complicated here. And so I'm not even able to pin their well-being on the Sunday. So then it pushes back even further. And as I mentioned, I don't take any of the activities with the phone as proof of life. So I don't take the Musicali videos that are posted as proof of life, because those are uploads of pre-recorded videos from a user account, not necessarily from the victims. I don't take the texting of Carrie as proof of life, because that's not proof of life. It's the proof that the account of the victim texted Carrie that morning and said, "Hi, mom," or whatever. Um, well, that's proof that the account texted the mother. It's not proof that the victim texted the mother. So, for all of those reasons, I'm reluctant to place them as alive and well on the morning, then being transported alive and well to the trails to be dropped off. Um, Now, if things arise that dispel those suspicions, then those are fine. In other words, if if the uh, if the proof of life arises that's indisputable and that is verified by multiple experts, peer reviewed, so to speak, if peer reviewed evidence is produced that proves proof of life at a certain place, certain time, well accepted, of course, naturally. Until then, there's a lot of open-endedness on the front end of the timeline. So it makes it very complicated as to what actually happened. But we do have some things that have arisen from the internal workings of the community, and those are the things that I do start to give some consideration. And this is where my theory, if Michael wanted to talk about walking into a meth deal or whatever. This is where these sorts of suspicions arise, because remember, it was Carrie Timmons, the mother, who initially said on multiple occasions that yes, the rumor is that the girls have walked into a meth, some guys cooking meth in the woods. Okay, those were the rumors. That's what Carrie was reflecting for several years. Now, she said there were people cooking drugs out in the woods even on that very day. You know, maybe the girls walked into it and saw something they shouldn't have, and someone decided to deal with it. Okay, so that's a point. And then I take Eric Williams' statement that the girls walked into a meth lab being run by cops and criminal informants, uh, and it's a cover up. I take that as another point. And then I take uh, Megan Allen revealing that her daughter went missing and that she was picked up by these particular guys and that they were cooking meth out in the woods over there, and that as part of it, she was beaten, gang raped, stabbed someone, etc. I take that as a point, and so as I start considering these points arising from the community of the inner circle of people who would have reason to have knowledge of uh, these things start to gain some weight. And in a vacuum of information, as I've said, you have such a vacuum of information that these points begin to stick. And they also form nexi. And these nexuses, they make sense that there's multiple sources of the same information coming from different angles, and reluctantly as well. It's not like any of this was broadcast proudly or as a result of some PR campaign. All of these nuggets came about independently as asides in a one-to-one type of communication, not really in a major format where an announcement was being made. So these things sort of verify. So it leads me to believe, hey, there's something going on here. There's a high likelihood. So the way I reverse engineer it is from the outside in. I start to think, well, hell, what's the common denominator? Well, meth and guys and meth, and guys meth and guys and meth. So then I put plural to perpetrator, and then I put some involvement with criminals. Okay, so meth dealers, meth cooks, meth users, something of that sort out there in the woods, which was a known hotspot for that sort of activity. Also, the stomping grounds of a whole bunch of felons and users, and also known murderers like Garrett Kurtz. So I put those things together. Well, Garrett is a known murderer, verified, uh, somewhat of a serial killer. Um, he confirmed that he murdered Nicole Bowen because of a meth operation that she had knowledge of that he was involved with. He left her in a hunting shack in the woods. Um, I start to think that he was out there. Uh, he behaved oddly for the week after that. Remember, I said that Megan Allen was out there with a bunch of guys, and she didn't come home for a handful of days. For many, many days, and when she came home, she was in terrible condition, proven that she had been beaten, raped, and using meth that entire time, according to her mother. So she comes home after days, after days of this stuff, which leads me to believe maybe she was a part of this, and then maybe when the shit broke down, she went somewhere else. Maybe she was secreted away to another location to recover for a couple days before they dumped her at home. And even then, when she was brought home, she was in horrible condition. So this is the reason that in this vacuum of information, I look at it and I say, well, what we do have is this information coming from the community itself, and it's all very likely, and it's all kind of established. Now, you may notice something that in none of that were the Patty family directly involved. The Patty family was not cooking meth. The Patty family was not named as being involved in cooking meth in the woods or as part of this, blah 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 blah. So then the question arises: well, why would they be bending stories around this incident? Well, I don't know. Um, but I believe at a minimum, you have multiple perpetrators. You have a huge timeline. Like I said, it's even if we do, or even if we are able to establish that those girls were dropped off alive and well, pardon me, prior to 2 p.m. on the 13th, even if we can establish that as fact, you still have to understand you have 22 hours before their bodies are found, allegedly. 20 if you give it wiggle room. So 20 or so hours, that's a whole lot of time for a whole lot of things to take place with these two victims. So I'm led to believe multiple perpetrators, a huge window of time. You've got obvious staging of the bodies. Even Mr. Ives, in the very first day or days, said, yes, you have staging. He also said there were things that you would think someone would want to take photographs of. So there are lots of reasons for concern. And remember, we're over here, we're just using novelty of thought. We're speculating, hypothesizing. We're trying to understand what threads we can pull on. And we're in a vacuum of information. And so there's things that we still don't know that are known by some investigators, some attorneys, and definitely by the killers. But where I do agree with Michael is it looks less and less and less and less and less likely that Richard Allen had anything to do with this the more you look at it. The further you zoom into this, there's a complete lack of evidence as to Richard Allen having any participation in this. So it sort of forms this situation where you've got a huge window of time, you've got what looks like multiple perpetrators, you've got a total lacking of evidence of the one who's been convicted. So it's rather complicated. It's rather complicated. And naturally, the ones who would have perpetrated this crime, they don't want to be caught. They don't want the truth about what happened to these girls out because that would mean bad things for them. That's what I was saying about this situation with the cover up. The reason for the cover up would be the girls are dead. You can't do anything about it. There's no bringing them back. So the reason for the cover up is that you don't want it to bounce back to you so that you suffer some consequences. So it's understandable that there would be a cover up because the killers would cover it up so that they don't suffer the consequences of the death of these two girls. And if someone is in the intimate circle of these girls, like whether it be a family member, a friend, a lover, a relative, something like this of one of these little girls, the self-preservation would outweigh you wanting to give the truth about what happened because you know that nothing's going to bring them back. So why do you care about the truth coming out? Because you know you don't want yourself or your uncle or your father or your brother or your son. You don't want you or your people to have to suffer the consequences of these girls' deaths. So it would make sense that people would cover it up. And if it is indeed a CI involved situation with law enforcement and CI involved, then it would even further expand the circle of cover up because naturally, uh, law enforcement would not necessarily be too well served by any light being shed upon their one of their own or one of their CIs killed one or both of these girls in some sort of situation that was active and ongoing and being supervised. So that would also be a reason for an elaborate cover up and a sustained cover up involving multiple people. So it's complicated. And I'm not trying to make it understandable. Okay, because it's really not understandable. But what I'll tell you, my belief is that we're dealing with a significant criminal enterprise that's very strong in the area. These girls ended up dead as a result of interfacing with this criminal enterprise. The criminal enterprise has maintained a complex cover up of it since that day. And I guess the base level or the really crude way of saying that is, yeah, they walked into a meth lab. It's a way of speaking that Eric Williams would use because you know he's a country boy as he self describes. So he would say that. Yeah, he would say that. And Carrie Timmons would say, "I heard there were guys cooking drugs out in the woods that day, and maybe the girls ran into it and saw something they shouldn't have. Someone dealt with it." She would kind of say it that way. And Tina Rodell might say, "My daughter was out there with some of her friends, and they raped her, and she said she stabbed someone, and she came home in a horrific condition days later." She would say it that way. So everyone would have different ways of saying it. But I think by looking at it and attempting to reverse engineer it, if you believe there's a cover up, if you believe that there was some sort of culture of fear established in the community, especially instilled in the judges, in the prosecutor, the former prosecutor, the assistant prosecutor, the sheriff, and the Indiana State Police, there's a culture of fear, lawyers, where people are afraid of this criminal enterprise who exercises power in that location. Things would begin to kind of look like it's possible. Is it probable? No, it's not really probable. But is this the rare instance? Is this case the exception to the rule? Is this case an anomaly? Is it a freak occurrence? Is it a one in a million? And I would say yes. I would say yes. I would say yes. It appears to me that every piece of evidence is fabricated. It appears to me that witnesses, like I have said, are the lookouts. It appears to me that searchers are the criminals. And it appears to me that the meth heads are the killers. So everything's a little, there's a different slant to every one. It's why I debated with Michael over the evidence, because it appears that the evidence is all part of the staging. You know, the BG video, I don't think it's authentic. The uh, the photos, I don't think they're authentic. The whole narrative, I don't think it's authentic. The crime flow, not authentic. The timeline, not authentic. Nothing is as it seems. And yes, I understand that that's complicated. It's complex. It's counterintuitive. It's not accepted fact, especially when you've had a concerted effort or a PR team out for years running the narrative and gatekeeping the public discussion around this case since day one. And as I said before, I believe they intentionally used their devices to establish timeline points, which would mean the witnesses and the perpetrators. Everyone's taking screenshots, taking photos, making calls, doing different things with their devices to start to lock in a crime flow. And so that's why when you look at it, they have the ability to say, hey, we have this photo at this time that proves we were here. We have this phone call at this time that proves we're here. We have these various pieces. We have this video. We have this, we have this, we have this screenshot. We have all these pieces of digital evidence that lock in to produce this sort of flow and narrative. And it would make sense if all that was planned as part of it, to say, hey, we're going to do this. You guys go out there, you take a couple photos, you make a couple calls, you take a screenshot. You know, if it was directed and coordinated in that way by these multiple parties, it makes it extremely complex. And like I said, is it probable? No. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely what happened? In my opinion, yes. Can I prove it? Not completely. Can critical thought and reverse engineering indicate that this is the direction? I believe yes, absolutely. Was no, I believe future evidence will prove me correct. Okay, and I'll leave it at that tonight. I think we'll close it. I do believe that future discoveries will prove me to be correct into looking into this direction. And honestly, I think it even goes to Kathy Shank, and I hate to say it. I'm not saying that she had knowledge or foreknowledge of her role in it, but I think that even when it comes to Kathy Shank, that she's also become a pawn in this game. Whether it was that they sabotaged her or set her up by planting that for her to find, or whether it was that she had knowledge, I do think that Kathy Shank is also a cog in the wheel. Um, so, do I care that it sounds complicated? No, I really don't. I really don't. I mean, if I didn't believe what I was telling you, I wouldn't be saying it. I don't care how it sounds, how complicated it sounds, and how illogical or improbable. I don't care. I'm giving you my honest thoughts because it's the best I can do for you. And I think most people can sense that. That's why you're here. Even though I'm holding a teddy. You're looking at an older guy in a hoodie holding a teddy with a sore throat, hurt shoulder, and a Benadryl stupor that's wearing off. Um, but you're here nonetheless. So thanks for being here. And I wish it was not this. I wish we were well beyond this and able to discuss other things. I'd love to be doing a lot of other things rather than talking about Delphi still. Um, but I do feel that an injustice has been done and justice has not been served, and it's been somewhat of a tragedy. Uh, and Hey, those girls are not well served by things being where they are. Okay, they're really not. That would not be justice. If it was your son or your daughter, and you found a convenient person to make this all go away, and that would not be justice for your son or daughter. And I don't believe it's justice for these parents' daughters. And I think they know it too. I think these parents know it. And I hope that it occurs to them to speak out, because maybe they will have a change of heart. I think there's a lot of people. I mean, I know for firsthand that there's a lot of people in Carroll County who don't believe justice has been served, who don't believe this verdict. I know for a fact there's a lot of people in Delphi who don't believe justice has been served. And hopefully those parents are part of that. So, special thank you to Adrian and Michael for coming on and having a chat, because I did intend this to be an open lines, and I really hoped that 5 or 10 of you would join the stream, because I wanted a vigorous community discussion with a whole bunch of people, a couple handfuls. And maybe we'll have that in the future. I know people are reticent to talk in a public forum like this, but hey, be encouraged. We want to hear your voice. There's no shame, and you shouldn't let the culture of fear rule your decisions, because hey, those girls are not here to speak for what happened to them. So they paid the ultimate price. So what do you have to be afraid of? You know. Anyway, let me. I'm more than an hour behind in the chat here, so I'll just put a few on the screen and then we'll get out of here. Yeah, seems they have missed a bunch of investigation 101 steps. All right. It's been really good, though. I really do think that that in time everything will make so much more sense. I mean, this has been one of the most complicated things in the world. It really has. Um, just unbelievably complicated. I think that's why it's so difficult to even discuss. Mm, okay. And of course, the jurors. It's easily understandable that the jurors were deceived because it is that complicated. You know. Anyway, I want to get out of here, so let me be quickly moving through this. I'm an hour behind in the chat, but I'll fast forward. Let me ask you. Sorry, my throat's giving out. At this point in time, please be aware we have various funding pathways. I do appreciate all the support. Please hit the like, and if you're on the replay, please leave a comment down below. I really do appreciate the comments. If you'd like to support the channel, please send a Cash App. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Please hit the Cash App if you'd like to support the channel. There's also other ways like the Buy Me a Coffee or the Super Chats, etc. There's ways to support the channel financially. If you'd like to do so, please do so. We could use your help. And this has been a significant amount of expenditure of time, etc. So I do appreciate the support. I also appreciate the likes and the comments, etc. So please do. And be aware we have plenty of other information on the channel, a lot of information on the channel. So as you go through older material, we have videos, some that I've put together with various receipts and screenshots, etc. And we also have a lot of live streams that I've left up. And we will be getting into some presentations. I'm working on couple different presentations right now that will be rolling out in the next week. So I'll be glad to be doing that. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you everyone for being here. A lot of good comments. Thank you so much for the chat tonight. And we'll see you soon. Okay, so I'll wind it down now, and I'll throw some more up as the show is ending. But thanks everyone for being here. Really appreciate it. Let's see. We got one super chat tonight from Ninja Warrior Assassin. Thank you, Ninja Warrior Assassin, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much for supporting the channel, and God bless. Okay. All right, so I'm out of here. Good night. And Teddy says good night.